Sound check. Cheese.
Check, check, check. Sound check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, check.
La 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 la.
Now. Hi, Justin. How are
Hello.
you?
Hopefully you fared okay.
All good. No complaints. How about
Yeah. Lucky.
you? Yeah. Lucky. There you go.
Luckier than
Luckier than many.
many.
Yeah,
I was going to say Southwest Florida, but really a lot more
Yeah.
than that.
I have a colleague who lost everything, including her car. She lived in Fort Myers. She had to climb into her attic. So, yeah.
Is she a teacher? We're hiring.
No, she's a staff person. She's a staff person. So
It's okay. We may need those two.
yeah, no, works with us.
Oh,
Are you trying to get rid of me?
No.
Few years. And then
No.
you get- No, it's rough all the way around.
It is.
I think I told you last time all we have is leave.
Yes.
So that's all we brought.
Okay.
And that's all we intend to bring.
Okay.
You have compensation and an MOU. Anything else?
No.
All right, get started.
Okay. Let's get
You want to flip a
started.
coin or you want me to go?
You can go. That's fine.
Okay. Everybody on. Pass one. I think we're good. We wanted to revisit this for a couple of reasons. We did full book last year and we did talk about Article 11 and made some changes. A couple of the things are benign, some pronoun changes that we missed
Okay.
as we go to neutral
Mm-hmm.
pronouns, but some obviously substantive. So on page 1, you'll notice we think the word considered is just extraneous there, but if you have different thoughts, just let us know. But do you have any questions so far? The second one on the page is just the pronoun change. Then we can skip page 2 and go to page 3, jury duty. Stop me if I miss anything. Okay. So one of the things that we do when we do full book is we do it all the time, really, is we look at all kinds of other contracts. I know you do the same. You know, it's how you get ideas for what's out there. This one kind of goes either way with jury duty, but we found plenty that didn't have this stipulation that if you're released, kind of talk through this, that if you're released from jury duty, if you're released at 11 a.m., you put in the sub plans, gotten the sub, are you supposed to go to work? Is that what we're really saying? Or if you're excused from it ahead of that day, then you go to work normally.
So I think the intent, so for instance, I've been called for jury duty before, okay?
Right.
But I go in, I sat at the county office for maybe an hour and a half. They released me. I was back at work by 10:30. I should go to work.
Yeah.
I wasn't called to serve on a jury, but I was called to go to the initial. So, you know, in that instance, we're not paying for you to have a day off. We're paying for you to be a citizen, go
Right.
and do what you need to do. But if you get released within, you know, a reasonable amount of time, I would expect you to go to the office or go to your classroom.
Okay. So a
and-
reasonable amount of time maybe is different than any portion of the day.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Where is the issue? Where has anybody
No,
ever?
I don't have
See,
that.
that's-
I don't have
So
it.
that's what I'm going to say to you is I understand looking at other contracts.
Yeah.
But if this district hasn't had an issue,
Okay, fair enough.
then why change it?
Well, I
mean,
prefaced it with, that's why where it came from is other
Mhm.
contracts,
Yeah.
not an issue.
Right.
Okay. So religious observances, we feel like we actually missed something last year. That when we visited this, we changed it from the Jewish faith, and we're on Yom Kippur, by the way, today. And so we changed it to any faith, and you'd have your 2 days per school year.
Mhm.
So we're proposing that we just strike through the last sentence, because if they're planning for the day and they take the day, we don't know this is an issue, but if they're planning for the day and they take the day, they've done the work to plan out that day and secure the sub and work with their administration to take this religious day. What are we supposed to ask them to do after that? It's not like we're going to bring in students for them to teach. So they would be
It's no different than the hurricane makeup time when we finally get to the point of having to negotiate that.
Yeah, do we have that, by the way?
We don't know if the governor is
Okay,
going to waive.
that's what we thought.
So that's what we're going to wait for, is if the governor is going to waive any student contact time or not, because if we have to add any days back into the
Okay.
contract,
That's
that's
what
what
we
we're waiting
thought.
for. But that's the way, that's the similarity, is that a person has been off for a specific reason, and that they're being paid, and they're going to make up the time, whether it is doing additional planning, grading additional papers. I mean, teachers have work that they do all the time, and so it would be giving their time back to the district.
Okay. With number 7, we asked for this, and we're going to ask for it again. We've talked through this so many times. We don't think that if you lose an immediate family member, that you should have to be at 0 before you get some sort of bereavement leave. We just feel like that we should at least offer something, instead of requiring you to be at 0. So I know you may have questions or objections to that, but it's a position that we feel is the right thing to do for the employee. We're talking about immediate family member here. Like, I lose my spouse, I lose a kid, you know what I mean?
It's
Immediate
it's
family.
defined.
Yeah.
It's defined.
I just want to point that out. We're not talking about, my uncle in South Florida or something like that.
Mhm.
We're talking about the immediate family member. So, all right. And then the big one that we want to revisit parental leave. Last year we asked for 6 weeks. We continued our research into this. So I have some points to make. That K-12 and higher ed are treating this very differently. I'm not sure if you know that, but higher ed is giving 15 weeks. All right. Now, we're not higher ed, we're K-12. So we focused on that. But higher ed is way ahead here with 15 weeks. Last year, we proposed 6 weeks. And we realized that might have come across like that would have made a huge impact immediately, right? Instead of a little bit at a time and being able to plan and budget and work this into our culture. So we revisited it with a new lens. Instead of saying, well, we just want it, we're going to put 6 weeks back on the table. Let's look at this differently. So again, scoured all the contracts. We came up with a 2-part plan that we think addresses there's a moral reason for doing it and a strategic reason. Okay. So let's walk through it and then I'll give you those reasons. Okay.
Yep.
So this would be a new section here, parental leave. An employee on approved parental leave will have their board paid health and life insurance premiums paid by the school board for 2 months after the birth of the child. Okay. So regardless of whether leave is taken, they would have that benefit.
So you're talking about the board portion?
The board portion.
Okay.
I, as the employee, would still pay my portion.
Mhm. Okay.
Okay. If you want to know where that comes from, it's Hillsborough County.
Mhm.
Additionally, the teacher shall be granted up to 7 days of paid parental leave within 30 days of the date of delivery or adoption of a child. Beyond the 7 days, extended parental leave beyond the 7 days will be deducted from sick leave, which is how it's done now. It's deducted from sick leave, unpaid leave, or a combination of paid and unpaid leave, so long as the total parental leave period, including the paid parental leave, does not exceed 1 year. So you can have a lot of sick time built up, but we don't exceed 1 year. So that's not really a change, is it?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Then we go through some of the stipulations. Only available during the school year. Cannot be accrued, the 7 days. And an application should be submitted ahead of time for planning purposes for both the employee and management. So we're looking at a 5-week, I'll read it out loud. An application for leave accompanied by a written statement from a licensed medical physician verifying the estimated date of birth shall be submitted to the principal no later than 5 calendar weeks prior to the estimated date of child's birth. In the case of adoption, a written application for such leave shall be submitted to the principal within 2 weeks after approval for adoption not application, by a recognized agency. So 7 days comes from Brevard, if you're interested. Okay, so the reason behind this, twofold. One, we do believe that we have a moral obligation. So right now, there is a penalty for motherhood. We're calling this parental leave, but there's a penalty for motherhood, running out your sick leave every time you have a child. I understand we've done this for a long time this way, Doesn't mean we should keep doing it this way. Our culture is moving towards parental leave. Our broader culture, not St. John's County culture, the broader American culture is moving towards this. And it's starting to find its way into public education. Like I said, higher ed is at 15 weeks. And besides, we serve children and families. That's what we do as a job, all of us, both sides of this table. So we should fit that into the moral reasons for doing this. Strategically, we think we presented something that can be planned for, right? And doesn't have that sort of boulder drop like a 6-week. This is the beginning. I'm sorry, I got to give him credit, Jesse, but this is the beginning of a 10-year plan, and to avoid a 10-year problem or a problem 10 years from now. Because as this starts coming into contracts, if we sit by and wait for other districts to start doing this and they don't, we'd be way ahead. We'd have the planning and the vision. It's not going to stay at 7 days, but hopefully, hopefully, but it's a place to start. That's not like dropping a boulder in the middle. So the strategic is to recruit and retain. It's an added benefit that we think we can all get behind. This is not, if anybody has objections with this, let's take them on. I'd love to hear them. You know, we can all get behind something like this. Now, people might say, why only 7 days? But they're not going to say, you shouldn't be doing this, right? We don't believe. So we'll avoid playing catch up. I can not equate, but at least maybe take part ownership for the placement schedule. You know, as we focused on, for years, focused on the employees that worked here and focused on performance pay, we sort of fell behind a little bit with the placement schedule. And that, I think we all have to own that a little bit. And we don't want to do that again when it comes to this. So we feel like it's a reasonable place to start, to have this in 2 months of paid health and life insurance premiums and 7 days, even though it's just a starting place.
Okay.
So that's it.
So a couple things. Number one is as long as the employee is on FMLA, which they should be due to the adoption of a child or the birth of a child, the board pays the employee portion for 3 months.
Okay.
So that's the first piece that I would correct in here, is just following FMLA guidelines.
So, and that would only be for the mother and not, right?
If the father's on FMLA,
Okay.
anything FMLA, so
Okay.
it's not just parental, it's somebody goes out and has some kind of surgery. Father is covered under FMLA when they go out for child rearing,
Okay.
childbirth. So yes, the board pays their portion of all of their premiums until that 12-week period runs out or the time that they return to work.
Okay.
So that's always automatic and a requirement. I think the only other comment I would make is, because all of your rationale was very good rationale, the only thing I'm going to kind of discredit is the talking about contracts outside of K-12. Because I haven't seen a contract outside of K-12, and all I can think of is you're picking something that's great. I don't know what else is in there that could be
We had
wrong.
to limit. Yeah, we had to limit
And
our
so-
proposal to what is in K-12 now.
Right.
If we were to compare to, we
But
think
you
last year's
said-
proposal was more like higher ed, which
Right.
is not
And so-
palatable.
And so that's kind of a hard sell for me, because I don't know what's in a higher ed contract. I
15
don't live
weeks.
in that. No, but
Yeah.
I mean, what's negative in a higher ed contract?
Oh,
That if I
gotcha.
started picking something out of that and you'd be like, well, wait a minute, we don't want this. We just want the good
No,
stuff
I'm
that's
not-
in a high. So
Oh.
I'd rather just keep apples to apples and kind of figure out
We
what.
stayed apples to apples.
Okay.
It was just a talking point.
Okay.
The next page includes a pronoun change, actually 2, and then that is, I believe, it.
Okay.
The last page is another pronoun change.
Okay.
Nothing substantive.
All right. I don't have any questions about
All right.
that. Do you? Okay. Okay. Thank you. We will certainly caucus. Okay. I am going to pass you. So I am passing you the MOU back. I'm trying to get myself organized. So we did in fact cross out the additional verbiage that you added regarding the 1750 for instructional coaches assigned to EBD. I'm sorry, instructional personnel or curriculum coaches assigned to EBD and IND units. At this time, we are not willing to increase this MOU or any financial pieces, and you'll kind of understand why as we keep talking. But this is not to discredit how hard they're working. It's not to discredit anything that those employees are doing. It is just to say that we are not going back and taking away St. John Technical High School's bonus because they already received it. We would not go back and take away the Gaines Alternative Evelyn Hamblin Center bonus because we feel like we kind of started down that road, and you certainly wouldn't take away any supplement from somebody without giving them a heads up. But at this point in time, financially, we are very concerned about our $19 million hole. And so we are not willing to provide this supplement at this time. Now, we did talk about differentiated pay. If you remember, we increased it to $1 million, and that
Right.
is in the contract.
Mhm.
And so I would encourage that team that negotiates the diff pay to look at that when you are distributing the funds to those groups. And then maybe you choose to focus on those people this year with that big bucket to see if you could make up for some of that.
I think that's what we did last year, ultimately, is we looked at through diff pay, but we thought that we would try again to separate them out
Sure.
as something different.
Sure.
Did you cross through IND in the top section? Is that just a, like, do they not
Because-
have IND?
I thought that and I can look, I thought it just said the needs of employees at Gaines Alternative School and the Evelyn Hamblin Center, period. Oh, I'm sorry, EBD should
So
have been
EBD should be
crossed
crossed
out
out
too. Yes,
too?
I apologize. Thank you for
Because
catching
because
that.
that sentence references part
Yes.
number 2.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes,
All right.
correct.
Okay. I don't have any questions.
Okay.
Did you cost it out?
It was close to 175, maybe 200,000.
200,000.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay.
And diff pays $1 million. Okay.
Diff
All
pay
right.
is $1 million.
All right.
And they received, I think it was, that's what I was trying to pull up in my contract
Was-
again, is they
okay.
received like 900.
Yeah, it was almost 1,000.
Yeah. 950. Thank you, Kathy.
Yeah.
So again, I think that there is a way to get something else
Mm-hmm.
in their pocket.
There is. Do I need a new spreadsheet, or are these formulas like cost to change the schedule? Is that in the one that I already have, or were there changes to the spreadsheet?
So I was waiting for Mike to sit
Oh,
down.
all right, I got ahead.
You
I
did.
read the
That's
whole
you
thing and
did.
analyzed
You're
it.
so good.
Am I the anchor? Sorry.
You are the anchor. I'm sorry. So you'll notice there are no changes.
Okay.
This is the exact, so yes, you have this spreadsheet. This is identical to what we passed across 2 weeks ago. We met with the board. We presented to them again the same financial position that we presented to you at this table. To be now at a 7% fund balance, we are, I think, more than concerned. I think what happened last week kind of shows why you have to have a fund balance. And what does that mean? That means if you think about the other counties, you actually, Tammy, had used hurricane as an example when we're talking about other concerns. But, we just paid employees for 3 days for not working. That was the right thing to do. We'll make up the time. We'll figure that out. Had there been damage, like those that are in Sarasota and some other counties, to get back to school, they have to put that money up front before FEMA and the insurance companies will pay. So they have items that they need to pay for. And so you never want to exhaust all of your savings in case there is something tragic or destructive that occurs. We are trying to get ourselves back in the box. What I did want to give you, I apologize, and I will print this out when we are in caucus, but I do have a spreadsheet that shows all of the, it's sitting on my desk, all of the increases that we've given over the past 5 years, so that you can see in times when we believed that we had the funds to do it, we did it for employees. And in times when we didn't believe that we had it, we asked you to please hang tough, stay with us, that when things get better, that we have shown that we will come forward and provide additional compensation to our teachers when we are able. At this point, though, we believe that the money that was provided in the teacher salary increase allocation is all that we can actually provide. And so I'm passing across the same item. And then you could certainly, within the spreadsheet, play with the weights and the factors.
Okay, so the numbers are the same. The dollar amount is the same for highly effective grandfather.
Correct.
Okay. So it is the exact same proposal. And I think you just alluded to this, that the TSIA money, which is 4 point something million minus your benefits
And charters.
and charters, it comes out to like 3.7 million. And that's what your proposal is, with the exception of $15,000 of district money, right? 14,000 and something.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's actually what remains. So the total allocation available is 3.5. We take out, that's
Right. Okay.
funding block. The 3.275 is for the pay for performance, and then you take out what has to be added just to the minimum base salary. I didn't do a placement schedule at this point. And so there's about 14,000 sitting there remaining, obviously, for.
Those would be people that were hired this year.
Mm-hmm.
No, it can't be.
What are you talking? So the $14,000 is what's when you subtract out 3,275 and 243, 152.
Yeah,
You get
but
14,000.
I'm above that though. Cost
Oh.
of change to schedule,
Yes.
243,000
Mm-hmm.
for the new minimum base to be 48,168.
Correct.
So for the most part, unless they started this year, they have a performance evaluation.
Yes.
So they would.
So 364, we believe we have 364 employees that are brand new this year. They're going to get at least $668 added to their salary schedule for a cost of $243,152. That's taking, I didn't step them all out because I didn't do a new placement schedule.
Right.
Because I want to make sure that leapfrogging doesn't occur. We want to do it right this time. So I just took, if you were making 47.5 times 668 is 243,152.
You mentioned the disasters, and this was in relation to the fund balance. Can you walk us through that a little bit? When something happens,
Mhm.
you have money on hand to handle that emergency, if we will. Can you think of a case where that has been, the burden of that has been borne solely by the school district? Because, I mean, money flows when emergencies happen. Money flows from the federal government, money flows from the state government, and you might have to lay it out, but you get a lot of it back. Can you walk us through a little bit through that? How much of the burden are you bearing?
So I'm going to answer it first, and then I'll let you jump in if that's okay.
Okay. You do play by
I'm
play,
going
I'm
to
gonna
try.
do color.
Okay. So FEMA for instance, they don't pay for years. You can be waiting for years to receive the money. Insurance companies don't always write checks immediately, so it takes a long time to get paid out. And I'll let Mike give specifics about, obviously, when the first floor got flooded and some of the other things that occurred. I'm going to give you an example of where we paid and did not get reimbursed, and that's COVID. We paid our employees for 3 months. Not every employee was doing work 7.5 hours a day, and that's not necessarily teachers, but it could have been some of the other staff members. You know, not all your bus drivers were driving 7 hours a day. Okay, but we did the right thing by this community during a time where there was an unusual circumstance, and we made sure that we paid people so that they could earn a living and continue with the living. We didn't get reimbursed for that.
No ESSER money reimbursed that?
We didn't pay ourselves back for that. ESSER money came after that. We reimbursed ourselves for COVID. No, actually, we reimbursed ourselves for COVID leave. That was it. The rest of it came out of operating.
Why? Because you weren't able to
because that
by
ESSER
rule,
money
or?
was meant to be used for students and catching students up on what they needed to be caught up with. So our focus has been on providing additional resources to the schools through additional staff, supplies, support, etc. And so instead of paying ourselves back, we chose to do the right thing, and we did not.
You wanted to add something?
Oh, absolutely. So, and the whole pandemic is somewhat of an anomaly.
I would say so.
Okay, right. In terms of funding, right, it was a big issue, but somewhat of a anomaly. So, Justin, just in my, and that literal, I'm just going by, I just turned 58 yesterday, so I've got bad memory. So I'm just going by memory because you just brought it up. But Aaron, Charlie, Jean, Francis, Faye, Matthew, and Irma, I was in 3 different districts when all those came through, and all of them had some sort of major damage. And when I say major, in the millions, right? And so let's use Matthew, because that's probably the biggest one that I had to deal with. So our entire first floor at Orange Street was flooded, about a foot of water east to west.
I remember.
It was gutted and empty for a year, right? All of that, everything we did was out of pocket. Just, let's see if this is October, just back in April of 2002, and Matthew happened in 16-ish?
22.
22.
That's what I said.
You said 2002.
Oh, 2022. And Matthew was 16?
18.
Thank you, thank you.
So 6
Thank you.
years after did we get our last $380,000 payment on about a 5 million. I'm very round numbers. We can get these out for better if you want. All of that came out of our pocket. We didn't even start getting insurance reimbursement and or FEMA reimbursement or whatever we got from the state. I forget what that's called. Florida Public Assistance for at least probably 18 months, a year and a half. So all of that comes out of your fund balance.
Speaking of the fund balance, what is it? It's 7%. I thought we cleared this up last time. 12.5%. That's what it is.
So
Yes. So do you want
Go
to
ahead. Yes,
jump
please,
in? Okay.
go ahead.
So glad you asked. That one I'm
You
prepared.
knew it was coming.
Yeah. So we're prepared. So we want to kind of run through that again because I think it's very 3, 4, 6.
One more
You
from
got it.
Michelle.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, or just 2 for you guys.
should I hand them out?
Yes. All right, and so it's very important. This is the why behind the what, right? And I think you guys know me well enough that I truly believe everybody needs to know and understand the why at some level. Not everybody's going to understand it at the level, perhaps myself and Kathy or Gretchen if she was here, some of the other people that see these numbers on a weekly basis. But so it's a reminder. Let's go down the 5 major categories of fund balance, right? So that's your, on the left-hand side, non-spendable, restricted, committed, assigned, and unassigned, okay? So your non-spendable is basically your inventory kind of stuff. It's those things that cannot be readily, the technical definition are those items that cannot be readily converted into cash. Okay. So for this year, if you go all the way back to 2022 on the right-hand side, there's $3.8 million, $3,845,000. That's inventory and textbooks, right? And so we'll peel the onion. We'll get into all of these in their own, what makes up these numbers in the next page. Restricted are those funds that we have on hand that are restricted and utilized and maintained and governed by enabling legislation. State of Florida, federal government, other grantors, be it, Division of Rehab and things like that. So those are monies that nobody can change what they're used for, okay? Committed are those things. So this is a hierarchy, right? So restricted is restricted by outside agencies, committed is committed by the board. And so when you look at the committed, you go all the way to the right-hand side, it's $12.1 million. That's your 3%, all right? And we'll talk about that in a second. So that's committed by the board. The next level of hierarchy are those things that are assigned by management, i.e. the superintendent. So we'll just pin it on the superintendent. So those are things like AP, IB, ACE, extended day, all of those types of programs, okay? And then unassigned is everything that doesn't or cannot be categorized in any one of the other four, right? And so and you see there, that's $298,000. So let's focus on that for just a second. If you look at 2016, we had just shy of 5.8 million in unassigned. It went up 12.8 million, 15.2 million, almost 15.8 was flat. Basically cut in half or more in 2020, raised a little bit in 2021, and had a 95% reduction just in that line item in that assign. Went from 6.4 million to 298,000.
Why is that?
Because of our $19 million, mostly because of our $19 million loss.
Okay, and the loss is because?
So if you have your packet from
I do.
when we met, Gretchen had broken out
That's this one.
each of the
Right.
each of the items.
Before we get into that, though,
Sure.
let's because those are two different questions.
Okay, I'll put
What
it
is
aside.
fund balance versus how did we get into the $19 million loss? So our annual decrease, you went from at the end of June of 2021, June 30, 2021 to June 30, 2022, because this includes FCTC as well, is roughly $20 million. Okay, you see that's right in the middle of the page. And so this is kind of what Kathy was talking about before. You can, and what she will get you a copy of. Roughly, it's not exact, but roughly when fund balance is down in a particular year, raises are down the following year. Fund balance is up, raises are up. Fund balance is down, right? And it's not exact, but it works that way for fairly obvious reasons, right? And we're not talking when fund balance is down, 300,000 or 400,000, which is we had one a couple of years ago, or prior to that, probably 14, 15. And we can get this all the way back to 2008 if you wanted to. This data, the spreadsheet. But when you're down $5 million, or in this case, $20 million, $19 million, it's hard to give more than what you are comfortable in giving, right? Because there's no recurring dollars to help absorb that. And we did that this year. There was no recurring dollars to help absorb an $8 million infusion of salary into the teacher salary schedule, or 2.3 or 4 million, whatever we put in suggest, but there was not the money, the recurring dollars to absorb that on an ongoing basis. So we sucked it all out of unassigned for the most part. Okay. So then you get into your measurements, if you will. So your total revenue for 2022, FY 21-22 was 386,000. So your percent total fund balance was 12.5. And then you see there, nobody really cares about restricted or committed because you really can't do anything with those. Assigned was 7.6 and unassigned is 0.1%. So we went from, and you can run across, that's why it's highlighted in the orange there, I guess that's orange. You go from 2.2% in 16, doubled it in 17, a little bit more in 18, came down a tad in 19, came down a bunch in 20, stayed the same in 21, and then a 95% reduction from 1.8% to 0.1% in 21, 22. So you're unassigned and you're assigned. Okay, so this is the key conversation. This is where I think we get into really the meat of the issue and the concerns. The assigned and unassigned is what's referred to as unrestricted. And that's what the Florida statute 1011.051 something or other says has to be the 3%. Okay, so right now, yeah, you're at 7.7%. Your total or your sum of your assigned and unassigned is 7.7%. And so, yeah, that's well above the 3%. And then, like you mentioned last week or a few weeks ago when last time we met, well, really, Mike or Kathy or Gretchen, whoever was speaking at the time, that 3% is in committed. And the answer to that is absolutely. Because the reason for that is, and that's in board policy, the reason for that is you could conceivably spend every single dollar you had in unassigned and assigned and still meet your 3%. So that point or that 7.7% in theory, not in practice, in theory could be zero and you would still.
I was just going to ask you, why not draw it down?
Why not? What do you mean?
If you're going to commit and you have the committed balance at 3%, you know that you won't fall below that.
Mm-hmm.
Why not draw down 7.7%
Oh, that's a great question.
to 2.7?
Let's flip the page.
Okay.
That's an awesome question.
And I do want to, before we move on, I do want to make a point. I make it every time. We talk about committed as if it's some other force. It's us. It's local. It's the board.
It's the board.
It's the board.
It's not us. We're management.
I understand, but
board.
it's a local decision.
Mhm, absolutely.
It's not some
100%.
outside force. It's a local decision.
Nobody's ever said it was.
I know, but we kind of
It's the
talk
best
about it
practice.
as if there's nothing we can do about it.
Well, I mean, and you said you can't touch it.
Yeah, like
You said that.
We can't. We
Yes,
would have to go to
you
the
can.
board.
The board
In
can.
order to, so before we go onto the second page, again, great point. So if we were to suck all that down to zero, we would have to go to the board and say, board members, we now, because when you read the statute, the sum of your unassigned and assigned has to be 3%. Well, if you make it zero, it's no longer 3%. So what do you have to do? You have to reclassify that $12.1 million, which is your 3%,
right.
from committed to assigned. And that only can be done through board action.
Mhm.
And then you're really toast because that's all you have. And as soon as you have
That year.
that's all you have. You have another $19 million, or you even have a $6 million loss. Now you're down to $6 million, so you're 1.5, and you do know the penalty,
Yeah.
right? What happens when you
It's
go
not good.
go it? Right, it's not good. And so, so that's why we argue, if you will, or fight, if you will, so hard to keep that 3% where it is and keep our unassigned as high as we possibly can, which is now down to 298,000.
Okay. So we're on
Okay.
page 2 now.
Yep. All right. So what this is all of the fund balances in your copy, I think, is, yep, you got salmon or peach or whatever color that column is. So that's the column we're going to concentrate on. This is right out of the AFR, the CAFR, when it comes out. So this is fund balance for all of your fund balances. We're going to concentrate on general fund because that's where all of our salaries are. You got debt service and capital. And then your non-major governmental funds is where things like food service, Title I, IDEA, ESSER, and those sorts of federal grants lie. And as you can see in all of those are all restricted funds, right? So that's why there's no conversation about those because none of that is assigned or unassigned for that matter. All right, so going back over to non-spendable, restricted, committed, assigned, and unassigned, all right, our 5 major topics or 5 major categories, excuse me. So I think I already mentioned that the 3.8 million is basically all of our inventory. So that's maintenance warehouse, transportation warehouse, that kind of stuff. The prepaids, that's just an accounting term, but we prepay our textbooks. Several years ago, I don't know, 5, 6 years ago, we changed how we do business and we start buying textbooks for next year in April. And in order to do that, you can't expense them in the current year. So you got to inventory them and pay cash for them. And then when school opens and y'all start dishing out your, distributing out your textbooks, then we expense them at that point in time in the new school year. So that's why they're sitting in inventory. And then you can look at the restricted column there, section that restricted for state required carryover programs, a little over $2 million. That's exactly what, those are all of the state type categoricals, if you will. Transportation, ESE, guaranteed allocation, that kind of stuff. Full service schools, that's again a state funded grant for, there's right on 150,000, which is always kind of odd when you see an exact number like that. And then Division of Voc Ed, rehabilitation, third-party co-op or third-party cooperative. I mentioned that earlier as an example of what would be in the restricted section. 500, almost 508,000. So there's your 2.6 million. There's your committed economic stabilization, the 12,169,490,000, and you can easily verify that if you take the first conference report or the first calculation or final conference report for first calculation. Take our total FEFP dollars, total state and local funding is roughly 405 million. Take 3% of that and you'll get your 12,169,490. So you can please double check our math on that. Always like when people do that.
Well, this is published, right?
Oh, absolutely.
This is AFR.
This-
Better.
Yeah, absolutely.
You really want to know if there's an error?
Well, yeah, I do.
Okay.
I would. Absolutely. We would file a correction, right?
Yeah.
That
yeah.
happens. Okay, so then we get into the assigned. So for 22-23, we are anticipating roughly a $5.9 million drawdown in budget shortfalls. Okay, so that's your 19 million. So worst case scenario, if we spend everything that's budgeted, which normally we don't, obviously, district-wide across all schools and departments, but if we spend everything that's budgeted, we are $5.9 million short because we have roughly $6 million in revenue than we have budgeted expenditures. And so that's where that number comes from. That number has been much higher in the past, as you know. And then we have district district programs and services, about $3.8 million. That's sitting there. School programs and services, extended day childcare, and FCTC. Those are assigned buckets. The 11.3 million, the 4.3 million, and the 2 million. That's roughly $17.7 million. So 60% of your assigned fund balance is in those three categories. So said again, or said differently, 60% of the assigned fund balance is in our schools. So when you say, why don't we just draw that money down?
60% of our assigned fund balance.
Yeah, the assigned fund balance
is in our schools. So
Yeah.
you mentioned AP, IB, and ACE programs.
that would be in the school.
That's a large chunk.
Mhm.
I still don't.
And for extended day.
Yeah.
The AP, IB, ACE, that kind of stuff would be in school programs and services, the 11
But
million.
don't they generate money?
Yeah, it's sitting right here. That's
Mhm.
yes, they generate
But
money,
we're-
and they spend money, but they generate
They
more.
generate more.
Of course,
So then why is it?
Yeah.
because that's how they pay for things out at the schools.
Right. So with the cost, let's get right to the heart of it. It's the cost to the district budget, but it's money to the school.
Correct.
Absolutely.
Like, correct.
Right. So, what do we call that fund at the school that is produced by AP money
It's
or
part-
IB
We
money?
call it advanced programs.
It's advanced program, but it
Mhm.
all rolls up to the district. right.
It does?
Yeah, it's right here.
We have to account for all of it in our AFR every year.
Right.
The schools then will have it on a line in their, so NEACE,
It's
they'll
called,
have a line for their programs. And Augustine High has a line for ACE.
it's called advanced programs.
Correct. Now we have a program
Collectively.
collectively, but yes, but ACE has a program code. AP has a program code.
So if you'll remember, and maybe we talked about this the other day, the last time we had to do a fund balance, peeling the onion, right? That's what we're doing here. Remember we did the PowerPoint where we had this sheet, then we had this sheet, and then we took each one of those line items and we went down into literally the guts of what is in that program or in those categories.
Mhm.
We can do that again if you want. And it was like a 5-year look back, current year in the previous 4 years. We can do that if you.
No, we do it too. Yeah, we started with 5,100 and we just go down from there.
Yes.
Yep.
And we look at the 5-year trends, and we look at comps. We do that using AFRs and DSBs.
Right. So what we're doing here, to put it in a different light, this is the bank account, if you will, for the schools. So if the school's sitting there with $300,000 or $400,000 of ACE money, that's quote unquote left over. That principal, I can guarantee you, I know this because we call and say, hey, can we use that for something? No, we can't, because I want to buy this, that, and the other. Well, when are you going to do that? I'm going to do it next year. Okay, that's how it works. I mean, that's a very high level look at it, but that is how it works. That's their money that they use to run things and pay for things at their schools that the district really doesn't pay for.
So that money is not in a school account at the school. That money is here at the district.
Yes, sir.
And it's accounted for in assigned.
Yes, sir. So you're thinking maybe, Justin, you're thinking about your school internal accounts, right? Because remember,
Right.
every school,
Right.
and I was, it's like we're talking in the IRS, right? Every school runs 2 separate books. They run their district books and they run their school internal accounts, right? And those are 2 totally separate.
So is any money generated from advanced programs in their school accounts?
Nope, it's in the district account. What's in their school account are clubs,
Any kind of sports.
I was
ticket
going to say
sales, things
boosters, but
like
it's not
that.
boosters per se, but things, class clubs, chess club,
Right.
this club, that club, the other club. Field study money.
So from
That's just fun
2021
to say.
to
Field study
2022, looking at the assigned number go down from 42 million to 29 million.
Mhm.
Are
They-
we
they spent
saying that those advanced programs produced less money?
No, what we're saying is there is a reduction. Let me get where you are here. Where are you? Yeah, you're going from 42,489,000 at the end of last year to 29,211,000 at the end of this past year. Yeah, there was a drawdown on that money for various and sundry, and it's not just AP, IB, and ACE. See where the 29,211 is?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you also have in there FCTC. You also have in there extended day childcare and camps, extended day.
Academies, maybe? CTEs?
Yeah,
CTE?
all of that's in there.
Yeah.
Which kind of makes sense if you think about it. 2021, the end of 1920, we were shut down. 2021 was not a lot was going on. Everybody was kind of in survival mode.
Mm-hmm.
So 21-22 comes around and we're actually at least somewhat coming back to normal. So things that I did as a principal or the teacher going to the principal saying, I didn't do this last year. I really want to do this year. And oh, by the way, I want to do it grander than I did last year because we didn't do it last year. And if it was in the spring of 22, you hadn't done it in 20, probably didn't do it in 21, and now I want to do it even more grander in 22. So yeah, there's no doubt that there was a drawdown on those, clearly on those funds. So I'm not saying that's the only reason, but it was probably a contributing factor.
Go ahead, Jesse.
Did you have a question?
If you have it, you don't have to. You can save it.
I'll say till the end.
Okay. So this report, I see the SharePoint at the top. These are district provided numbers, and then the state publishes this in the AFRs.
No, these are district provided numbers that are we publish the AFR to the state.
Okay.
We submit the AFR.
The state it puts all the AFRs on the website.
Yes.
Yes, that is correct. State.
Okay, that is when I
But they get it
said
from
they're
us.
all right. Right.
Then
They
they
get
come
them
and
from you,
audit it.
and then they publish
Yeah.
them on their website.
Yeah. Then they come and audit it, and then
Okay.
they publish a final audit report for 21-22.
Okay, so can you go back to page 1?
Sure.
Unless you had more on that.
Well, I think, so we left off on 60%. So the point of that was a vast majority of what is in that $29 million is at the school level, which I think you're getting much more clear understanding what that is. And then the fifth is your unassigned. There's your 298,000. add all those up and it's $48 million.
Okay.
Which sounds like a lot, but really isn't.
You said, I think Kathy mentioned you had the recent raises handy. I do too. I'd have to get my computer out. Do you have them actually handy, like right now at the table? Like,
No, what I said, I printed them out. They're on my desk. So
Okay,
I'm gonna, when we
alright.
caucus, I have my computer, I'll print them out.
Right, we can print probably.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah, so we'll print it, we'll use whatever
Print
Village
we can-
normally uses,
what I'm
yes.
looking for is, so like what you said was in 2017 on page 1,
Mhm.
we have assigned and unassigned of 12.9%, right?
Correct.
And so that would sort of, gosh, what's the word? Foretell the raises for the following year. When you had a lower
I-
fund balance, you
yeah,
should say that again.
Yeah, so, and just loosely, I said it wasn't an exact science, but typically when you have a good year, and I wouldn't use that as the metric, I would use your, the annual increase decrease, right? So when your fund balance goes up,
Annual increase.
it's right in the
See in the
middle of the
middle.
page,
Got it. Got it.
right? So in 2016, we had a $5 million loss. So when I was looking at it the other day, we didn't have as big an increase in the 16-17 school year than we had probably in the previous year, or that we had since in some of those other years, right?
Right.
I mean, it's not an exact science, Justin, because there may be some reason at some point in time we did put some additional dollars in the pot. The issue now is that the rules governing the teacher salary allocation has thrown as you know, a major monkey wrench in how we handle salary increases, even under performance pay.
Mhm.
I mean, we thought Senate Bill 736 was a hassle. This is even worse.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Okay, so a couple of points. So you took our proposal to the school board,
Yes,
and the school board said no.
the school board said this is not the year because we are very concerned about our financial position.
Yeah, I think we listened to your, and we had done some homework obviously ahead of time, clearly. I think you know us by now. We're not showing up like, hey, what do we got?
Right.
We got an idea, right? We can multiply BSA times FTE and we can make some prediction. We also know that you had some budget challenges, increase in FRS and the $15 wage. We understood the budget challenges. We understood the $250 million of TSIA money and how that translated into our district. I got to tell you, I think our proposal accounted for those budget challenges. It wasn't an absurd proposal by any means.
It was almost twice.
But that really leads me to my next question, Kathy. And I'm not being combative, but like seriously, how would you feel if I caucused and just came back and said, we're staying the same? I mean, are we bargaining here? Or?
We are bargaining. We're bargaining. I took your proposal. We reviewed it. We looked at it. We could not do it. We could not feel comfortable increasing this. So we did. We looked at all the financials. We tried to find anywhere that we were willing to take from here to put in here something. And we are so tight in this budget that we just built that this is where we believe, unfortunately, and I hear you, financially, we are. And so,
We're spending the
That's
TSIA
why-
money and virtually nothing else. I mean,
correct, correct.
yeah.
That's exactly correct.
Correct. But again, last year, we spent $9 million to try to help with some of the position that the state's money put us in regarding giving huge raises to people that were at the bottom. So we
Right.
tried to do some things to make it right. However, we can't always be accountable for some of the decisions that are made at the state level that cause inequities. We try. You know, we always try. We have shown you with good faith that we try, but this
I
time
won't disagree.
we can't make up for that.
Yeah, we understand this, the state legislature and state challenges. Last year, I think we did do quite a lot for people.
We did.
There's no doubt about
We
that.
did.
And there were incentives to do that. I think we all felt compelled to in
Mhm.
light of legislation and the timing. But I don't know that, I mean, we were keeping up in many ways. You know, I think we did better than most, but I think in some ways we were keeping up. So yeah, I'm not keen on falling behind.
I understand that. I could give you the book and say, where would you cut something? But I mean, we have looked
Yeah.
and looked and
Materials and supplies, you know,
it's
5,000
never
gets over
enough.
budgeted.
Yeah.
I mean, we know where the over budgets typically occur, and it's good accounting practice. It's not an accusatory thing. But we know we see what the trends of the over budgets are. And what we see is a consistent over budget means that there's some money there. That's our view. It's probably not your view, I would imagine.
No,
But you
because
have-
this is the actual. I mean, this is not
Yeah.
a budget that he just put in front of you. This is the actual spend down
Yeah.
to
Right, yeah.
48.
Well, that's what I'm comparing. I'm comparing DSP to AFR and the
Mhm.
difference. And you see some of the same accounts over budgeted. And if those same accounts are over budgeted consistently, then that's money that we would look at from our perspective. Materials and supplies and 5,000 across the board typically are where we look.
So when you say, and again, not to be combative, because we ask these questions all the time.
Right. We're going to have different perspectives on
I'm a
this.
pretender principle. So if you want to cut materials and supplies, what materials and supplies out of?
I don't want to cut it. I want to cut the
over.
over budgeting. I don't want to cut it. I want to budget less for it.
But see, at the end of the day, Justin, you were not over budgeted. We overspent. We had $378 million worth of revenue, and we spent $405 million.
And you mentioned, you know, you went to the school board, you asked them, you know, I got to turn around too. You had to turn around and go to the school board. I got to turn around to 3,000 people and
You
get
do.
something ratified.
You do.
So we're going to go caucus
Mhm.
and come
And
back.
I've got some questions.
Sorry.
Yeah. And I may or may not stop this team and go right to caucus. Please, let's start. Go ahead.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Does TSIMA money happen? I'm brand new, sorry. Does TSIMA money happen every year?
No, it
Ah,
just started
last two.
it started
So-
2 years ago.
If this money didn't show up, you'd only fork up $14,700.
No. If this money hadn't shown up, we would be in a better position. I'm sorry to say that, but I'm going to speak frankly and you can stop me. But so you have to remember, we gave raises to employees that were at the lower end of the pay scale, which unfortunately caused an inequity to our employees that were at the higher end of the pay scale. Okay. Had we received the money and been allowed to negotiate the money the way that was best for St. Johns County, we could have not only raised the beginning scale, but we also could have equitably ensured that our veteran teachers or teachers higher up on the scale would have received comparable raises to keep up with that. The problem is we were given money. Some people got $6,000 raises. Some people didn't because we had to come out of our pockets in some ways to give additional money. And then last year we dipped in almost $9 million just for teachers alone, about $9 million, to try to again offset some of this offset some of the increase that wasn't given to veteran teachers, and B, to rip the Band-Aid off and get to 47.5, because I will tell you, had we not gone to 47.5 last year, we would be back where we are last year, and we would have had to do 50% of the bucket would have had to have gone to updating the salary schedule to get us close to 47.5 and taking the other 50% and negotiating it for the rest of the world. So had they just kind of let things alone, we could have continued on our own path, because we had gone from 38 to 39 on our own. before teacher salary increase allocation came in. Had they left us alone, or at least given us the money and allowed us to do what we would have done, I do not believe we would be in this hole.
I do think that you're referring to, I agree with your line of reasoning with the initial 500 million and 550. But I think Jesse's question is about the 250 that's from this year. Because we're already at 47.5 and they said, okay, you're already at 47.5, we're not giving you any money.
Right.
What would you propose?
Would it have only been the 14,000, the additional 14,000? That's what you asked.
It's a hypothetical, but
We
I think
may have
it's,
had to have come to you and said, I mean, to be honest, we may have had to have come to you and said,
No
we
less.
can't do it this year.
That leads me to my follow-up thought. ESA went up 4.9%. So it means feet goes up by $371, which means this is Professor Google, I don't know the actual number, 44,500 kids. Works out about $16,500,000 of newish money. But I look at $14,000, and quick math tells me that's less than 10% of 1%. I believe in walls and school buses and grass and what it costs in a school district. But the division between your teachers is 0.01%, and the school and grass costs 99.9%. Grass doesn't cry. School balls don't bleed. Some of that money needs to go to a teacher.
So we gave you, are you going to go back through the, okay, so I hear you. And again, I don't want this to sound like this is, well, I'm just going to leave it at that. But Gretchen's presentation went through that additional allocation and how it gets spent. Do you want to go back through that?
Sure. Oh, absolutely.
Okay. So do you have the presentation that we handed out last?
I'm not sure.
Well, let me do it from 30,000 foot viewpoint, Jesse. And actually, I'm going to go back to your original question, and I'm going to add a little spice to what Kathy said. But here's how I would have said it. And when you guys are in caucus, Ms. Whitaker can correct anything I say. I think she and I are usually on the same wavelength. So our legislative body over the last several years, last 3 or 4 years at least, have gotten far too involved. And this is, we're being taped, so I would say this publicly. I would say if Governor DeSantis was
I'm not
on
going
there.
to report you to the highway.
Oh, no, no, it's okay. I'm in drop. You can do whatever you want now. They have gotten far too involved in the bargaining process to the extent that there are some of us sitting at this table that believe that there's a contradiction between what's in TSIA language and in Chapter 447, which is the state statute that governs and has governed collective bargaining since I had hair. Then the 70s, thank you. And so the other thing that they've gotten involved in is funding. They've gotten their, not just in what they're funding, but how that funding is to be spent, i.e. the $15 amount, right? So, and everybody kind of glosses over that. And yes, it's a big deal. It was a huge deal for us. But if you remember, the people of Florida voted constitutionally to change the amendment that increased minimum wage to $15 an hour, and we had until September 1st, 2026 to do so, right? And that happened back in 2020, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. The 22 legislative session said, oh yeah, that's good, except for school districts. We want them to do it October 1st, right? And I challenge anybody to show me in the General Appropriations Act or the FDFP runs where that was funded, along with the increase in FRS, right? Okay, and so, and what they've also done, they have now done a disservice, the legislature, to both the teacher group as well as now our SJEA non-instruct group by creating this, what I would refer to, I mean, it's not artificial because it happened, but this artificial compression, right? They raised, the old a rising tide supposed to raise all boats, not in Tallahassee, apparently. We just raised the bottom and that's it. You all figure out the rest. And we're doing the best we can on both sides of the table, I would say, to, on both units, to be quite honest with you. And when I say, bargaining, SJEA and SJEA, but doing the best we can to uncompress the compression that was created in Tallahassee. And that's going to take time. It takes money that we don't have, and it's going to take time. And then back to the original question, or the other question was, what would we do? Would we have put forth? No, we wouldn't. We probably would have come and said, we don't have any money. And here are the reasons why. And so if you go back to this, yeah, we did get, remember, when you take your $371 per student, multiply that by 44,000 and some change student, you do get $35 million increase. But off of that, we got to pay for growth. Because not only are we concerned about the grass and the walls, but we're worried about the kids. Because that 44,000 is closer to 50,000 and change. And then we have all of those things that we call categoricals that are included. And that's why when we're talking about funding, we don't talk about the total FTE. We talk about BSA, because the difference, the delta between your BSA and your total FTE is basically all of your categoricals, such as ESC guaranteed allocation, safe school categorical, mental health allocation, instructional materials allocation, TSIA is in there, teacher classroom supply, digital classroom supply, transportation, supplemental academic allocation, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so now you got to back all those off of here, and that's about all of that. Some is about $20 million, so now your $35 million went to $15 million. That's a lot of money, right? Well, the first $5 million that came off of that was FRS, right? So you go on and on and on.
I
Right.
don't need you to count me down to 14.5.
Right, okay.
Okay, not all the way. I feel
But
what
it's
you're
actually
telling me.
less. It's $1.2 million in the hole. So I will go back to this. The point I'm saying is the reason we don't go through this exercise just to go through these are real dollars. These are real issues, and these are real impactors that we have on our budget all across the district, every single school, pre-K to 12, and all of our employees. Not just teachers, not just bus operators, not just principals, et cetera, it's everybody. And so this should be something you guys do look at when you go back and talk about it. So I say all that to say that.
So, just a couple questions. One, I'm assuming, whatever, is the school board, let me rephrase that, the school board thinking that they want to have a magic number of what their fund balance, their total fund balance would look like?
I did not get a magic number of what the fund balance should look like.
And then my second question, and it's actually just a comment, I know it didn't mean to come off the way it came off, but at the beginning, you're like, we had a hurricane and employees got paid. The district chose to shut down. I mean, the employees didn't choose to shut down. So I know Kathy, but it sounded like, we just paid people to sit at home and do nothing.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people,
And
I think they'd rather be at work than
I
doing
think
what they
that
had
they
to
would
do.
rather be at work. I mean, but
We would all rather be at work, but I mean, people don't think about that. If, I can't say that necessarily every business that shuts down.
we're not
would-
like other businesses, though.
Correct, we're not.
We're a school district.
We're not, but you have to remember that money still does come from somewhere. If a mom and pop place had to close down for the hurricane, I don't know that they were able to.
But we can't compare ourselves to other businesses, Kathy. We're a school
Okay,
district,
So remember
right?
that, we're not gonna, then don't compare to, but we
Well,
do.
But you just did exactly what we do. So the point of what I'm saying is I can't imagine that this school district would not have paid employees for the
Correct.
3 days that were set because there was a hurricane coming,
Yes.
because some of these employees, Kate had damage again in her garage, and
Yes.
some of our teachers had damage. Lots of people had damage. I can't imagine. Kathy, it just came off horrible
So-
after a hurricane, and people were
So
impacted
my
by that.
my point is, if this would have been, we were lucky, it was just 3 days. But what if it would have been 10 days or 15 days
We
or
would have
20
come to the
days?
table and discussed what that would look like.
Not necessarily. This district may have chosen to continue to, but that's why we have our budget. That's why the budget is tight. That's why we also have savings so we can fix buildings. I mean, that was the point.
It's too fresh after a hurricane to say, we paid employees for 3 days to sit home. just putting that out there. It just sat wrong.
And then I'm going to send it back to you. You've known me long enough to know. Everybody that's listening has known Kathy Weber long enough to know that I would never, ever, ever discredit a teacher or a support staff member, ever. You know me well enough than that my point was certainly about the money and never about the person. And you can twist that as much as you want. I'm disappointed in you that you would do that.
Kathy, it's not about being disappointed. We're being professionals here. And other people listen who may or may not know you. And the first thing they heard was, oh, well, you should be lucky. We paid you for 3 days while you were sitting at home worrying if your house is going to be flooded or not. That's what some people think. I may know
It's
you.
not until you say that.
You don't know that.
We're gonna go to caucus.
Yes,
And I guess the other question is, where is Appendix D?
No. Appendix D will come later. We didn't bring it today.
Okay, that's
Thank
one thing.
We
I
were
just need to know
talking just about
Appendix D.
compensation today.
Thank you. I'll check in with you at 30. All right, we got a signed MOU on the Evelyn Handlin Center. Oh, we got to do that on all of them.
Oh,
On your side, just leave.
just leave.
Want to talk about
Yep.
leave?
Okay, I'm gonna counter.
Okay.
And so if you'll cross out at the top, SJCS, input SJCSD as opposed to this is our
Yeah.
counter.
I've noticed that I didn't say or is subpoenaed as a witness. Did you catch that that was a, I don't think I said it. It was in red in our original proposal, so it would be under
We did, it's in
jury
there.
duty. Okay.
Thank you. Okay,
I just want to make sure that
So-
I don't remember saying it, so I
You
want to make
did.
sure that you are in fact
did.
agreeing to it.
okay. Thank you. Okay, so first page, we were good with the they and the are.
Okay,
Second page, you had no changes.
right?
Third page, we are okay with putting or is subpoenaed as a witness.
Okay,
We did put back the example, the perfect example was the example I gave, that if
Yeah.
you're released. But again, work with your principals, work with your schools. Religious observance. Again, we do believe that the employee should be making up the time now. Does that mean it's got to be mutually agreed upon by the principal? So the example you gave was planning for, you said today is a holiday?
today's Yom Kippur.
Yom Kippur, okay. So that teacher may have planned and done some time yesterday or the day before to plan for this.
And that
So,
can count.
yeah,
Yeah.
they just
I
need to work
understand.
it out with their principal,
I
not a
understand.
problem. So bereavement leave, we put the time back in. That is why employees have sick time and receive sick time. And then we did take out, once again, the parental leave. And I will speak to that again. We really, really believe that salaries should be the focus to get us back to where we want to be. And these items, giving a week off for somebody to take maternity leave and paying for it, and things of that nature, again, drain the pot. And there are alternatives. I mean, if we collectively, we want to get the money back up to where it needs to be so that we can continue to give raises and put the money where it needs to be. We had a discussion, and we believe that employees that are being recruited to come to this district are asking, what is my salary, not do I get a week off for maternity leave? Employees, again, I probably said this the last time, but short-term disability is an opportunity for a mother that is having a baby, and open enrollment is right now. If a family member works for the district, a family member can give time. If the employee wants to give time, if you remember last year, we took away the 10-day, you have to go 10 days without pay. So now an employee can give time to another employee who's going out and having a baby. And then the other thing is that particular item focuses on just a particular group of employees. And we do try to keep the leave focused on a benefit for all employees.
Agreed, although I do think that all of our side at least, and I would hope that most of yours could get behind this, even though like I'm never going to take it. I'm 100% supportive of it.
Mhm.
So I think there's a difference. I understand that
Sure.
not everybody's going to benefit from it, but we negotiate things that not everybody
Sure.
benefits from. But I think we can all get behind this one. So we need to keep talking about it. We do.
Gotcha.
Yeah. That's it for you, right?
It is,
Understand?
except for before you pass compensation, I promised you a salary history.
Yes, thank you.
So if I could provide this to you. So
No, you gotta show it.
in looking, you'll notice that we added the very far right-hand column, the fund balance
Okay.
and the percentages, so you didn't have to bounce back and forth.
Thank you.
I had gone back to 2014. Mike's spreadsheet obviously didn't have the fund balance, but you can kind of see kind of the differences of kind of up and down and where we have been in the past. For 2021, I put in the column anytime that we gave bonuses or tried to put some kind of a narrative, since those 2 years were kind of outside of the box.
Mhm.
I gave an 8-year total for just pay for performance. So that was the 73-21, 73-27, and the 91-84. And then I gave an 8-year total with a minimum of $1,500 added. So what I did was I added $1,500 to the pay for performance total to kind of increase that, because the first one I did is just based upon pay for performance, the average based upon pay for performance. And then the next one adds okay, everybody got at least $1,500, if not more. I just used the lesser. And then over the 8 years, the average pay for performance increase is $915, $916, and $1148. Then I included the history all the way back to 2010 of associate teachers. And so you can see in 14-15, when we went to pay for performance, associate teachers started earning pay for performance. And then we went up a little, and then we are at 35,000 now. And then I also included the beginning teacher salary schedule.
It's hard to parse out the categorical TSIA money and the one-time payments and all of that. It's very difficult to do.
It is.
But just looking at the pay for performance, a hard one to say. Just looking at performance pay. So like, let's look at a highly effective teacher in 16-17 was $1,295, and in 17-18 was $694. And you can see that the fund balance grew. And the case that what would come up with the collective bargaining unit is that, why did we grow the fund balance at the cost of raises? That's the way it would be framed in the discussion with the rank and file.
I will tell you, and so these are good questions, because that will allow me to kind of continue to add to this as we go along. For some reason, Best and Bright is sticking out of my head, and I don't know if we ended up putting money over there to make sure that
We did it non-classroom people.
Correct.
Non-classroom.
Correct. And so that might have been, I have to go back and look.
What are you referring to?
16-17 to 17-18. So you can see the raise was half in 18 that it was in 17, right? But the fund balance grew from 12.9 to 14%. Then we jump in raise again to 14-15 and 20-51 with almost no impact to the fund balance. So the correlation is getting lost on me.
Well, okay, so
Yes, please.
what's really missing is, I put the delta of what these are over here. So in it's your 17-18 increase of 694 for highly effective is not based on the delta between 16, 17 and 17, 18. It's based on the delta between 15, 16 and 16, 17, right? Because you end the year in June of 17. We bargained salaries for 17, 18, and that was on the heels of having $25 million decrease in fund balance for the previous 3 years, which is not on your spot, but on your page. But if you were to do this, if you write in these columns, I'll shout them out to you. Because we got to kind of have to go back to 13, 14. So in 13, 14, we were negative 7,795,000, right? So these are just
That's not on here, right?
no, it's
No.
not. And so you got to write them next to your fiscal years right here. And I think because it's diagonal, you can't go straight across. You got to go 1 year to the next year. And so 14, 15, we were down 11,000,004. So that's a negative 11,000,004. In 15, 16, we were down 5,146,000. So that's a negative 5,146,000. We were up in 16, 17 of 4,743,000. We were up in 17, 18 of 7,104,000. Up again in 18, 19 of 7,901,000. Up in 19, 20 of 1,813,000. 2021, we were up 3,867,000. And in 21, 22, we were down roughly, I'm going to round it to $20 million.
And so Justin, when he started with 16,
Uh-huh.
15, 16, that started to match this spreadsheet we passed out earlier with these numbers kind of in the middle of the spreadsheet
Right.
that Mike had passed out earlier.
And in 14, 15, your 1,000, as I recall, was, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that was kind of somewhat dictated to us by the state,
It's the governor's.
right?
Yeah.
And we were down in 14, 15, 11,000,004. So that's why you went from 1,000, and I'm just going to look at highly effective because, we have so many highly effective teachers, right? 90-something%. So we went to,
Not in those years necessarily.
oh,
to be
correct.
fair.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. So we went to 806, but in the previous year, in 14, 15, we were down 11 million. And then we actually went up to 1295 in 16, 17 when we had a loss of 5,146,000. But we figured we were coming out of it apparently, because then, we figured that was probably too much because we did have a 4.7 million increase in 16, 17, and that's when we did the 694. Had another good year, went up to $1,450, and then the 2,000 and some change in 1920 based on a $7.9 million increase in 1819.
So we have returned in total fund balance, not as a percentage, we've returned to, I don't know, 16, 17 numbers.
Yeah.
But as a percentage of revenue's gone up because of growth.
Correct.
So,
Our fiscal position is in
Yeah.
a lot less.
it's helpful.
Right.
Go ahead.
Yep.
It's a
Yeah,
lot
we're in worse fiscal condition today than we were in 16, 17 or so with the same amount of fund balance. Yes.
Okay. So are you done with that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you good?
Yeah, I
you're
just
good.
wanted to make sure. I
Yeah,
provided
thanks.
you with information.
You'll probably need two things. It's this that you shared with us.
Mhm.
Okay.
That has the page 2 with the
Mhm.
hope or whatever. And then this, which is the formula that Dawn created.
Our version or your version?
We are on your version. This is the same as your opening position. Our opening position was highly effective, 26 something, right?
Yes.
You remember all this. Okay, so we're going to set aside the placement schedule, just like you set it aside for, let's get this done. So I don't know what the term for that is, but since we're speaking the same language now, so even though you have a placement schedule that we passed across, we're not repassing it because we're going to go with what you're saying, that we collectively will revisit it
Once we figure
once
out
we
what the
figure this
starting
out.
salary
Right.
will
We've
be.
changed
Correct.
the discussion.
Correct.
Okay. And that document included a $1,000 increase to associate teacher, which is not reflected on here. So I guess reserving the right to propose that
Yes.
later. All right. So what we did was we got back there and it's okay. We're not gonna. We've had all the arguments, some of them from years past, about where committed money and fund balance and all of this. Okay, so fund balance is 7.7%. So what we looked at is, well, we did get a lot of money, new money this year, and a lot of it needs to go to the stuff that we've talked about. We understand. We want some of it to go to teachers, okay? But a reasonable amount. And so we thought, well, let's put it in terms of that 7.7%. So what we came up with was a proposal to you that I understand you may have to go to the school board. I don't know what they authorized, but that would make that 7.7% 7.1%. So putting it in terms of the fund balance, we don't want to take this big hit to this number that we're worried about. Okay. So when you see additional cost to the district of $2.1 million, that's a significant move down from 3.5. Okay. Where we were. Right. And we think that's an appropriate amount of money given the new money that came in. We understand you have a lot of other obligations with FRS and the $15. But it's not $15,000 either. So it's 2.1 million. That would be additional cost. In terms of the fund balance, it would be just over 0.5%, 7.7 to about 7.1. So our proposal includes moving the weight for grandfather to 0.75. And I'm going to be frank, simply because we're allowed. We can do that. We can put it even with effective now. And we think we should. That's it. So it does change the factored number of teachers. So that would make a highly effective raise of 2029. So acknowledging something that we talked about last time at the table, a lot of our veteran teachers, grandfathered is pretty much all veteran teachers. I mean, I can't imagine there being any exceptions to that, right? Those are veteran teachers. But a lot of veteran teachers are in the highly effective category too. So we're capturing as many of these veterans as possible. Of 2029, and then effective and grandfather then would be the same, and 1522. Additional cost of the district, $2.1 million. New minimum base salary instead of 48.1 would be 48.6, which is more in line with our neighbors, and the cost of that would be calculated up to 415. So that's our counter proposal. We think it's a fair share of the new money given the restraints that are put on it, or the pressures that are put on it.
So we showed you that in unassigned, we have 298,000, and everything else we have assigned or committed and restricted and things of that nature. So where are you proposing we get the $2.1 million from?
Well, if it was assigned at the superintendent level, so we can start there. And then, of course, you have money and committed that you're not going to ask for. So,
But what does that mean, assigned to the superintendent?
assigned and unassigned are $30 million.
Right.
We want 2.1 of it.
Okay, but are you going to recommend what we should cut?
If we get to that point. We've looked at the budget.
Of course.
Ultimately, we think that you can afford it. It is a matter of priorities. You have other commitments to fulfill. We understand that. Go ahead.
Okay, so you're not talking in terms of revenue versus expenditures in 22-23 school year. You're talking in terms of what we have. Let's turn from page 1 to page 2 now.
Okay.
Okay. So in the assigned category, which yes, absolutely is up to management, i.e. the superintendent, what Kathy's asking is, which one of those categories are you going to take $2.1 million out of? Because you're not saying I'm betting on my 5,000 or my 6,000 or my 7,000 functions being under budget. What you're saying is you got money here that I can put into the.
Well, where does it go when it's over budgeted in 5,500? It goes into the fund balance.
If it's
eventually
left over. It didn't this year.
Right. but that's where it would go,
And
right?
it didn't in any of those other
So
years where we lost money.
Right, but it is
It would
very
eventually-
likely, I don't have next year's AFR yet, but it's very likely, given the trend, that that's where the money's going to be.
I do not agree with that.
Then fine, but you also have, you
But
talked
that-
about
you gotta answer the
AP,
question.
IB money
So
out of the 29 million.
you want to take all the AP money from the high schools?
Yes, to give people raises.
Do you really?
I'll go on the record for that.
Okay, all right, you are on the record. And so in this time
You told me
next
they
year-
can't.
Huh?
You told us they can't,
I didn't say that.
that it's their money to spend.
Correct.
Well, right.
Right.
But it's,
It is.
So they can't do it. So what's the point? I mean, I think that money should go to salaries, but that's just my opinion.
so what would we do the
You
next
told me
year?
you can't.
Because if we take it this year to pay raises for this year, you got to pay these raises next year. And so where's that $2 million going to come from?
Let me change the tone just a little bit. Where do you think your proposal is going to go?
What do you mean?
I send this out for ratification. You think I have my doubts. I'm be honest with you.
Mhm.
We're
Okay.
trying to come to a compromise. You haven't moved at all. You basically gave us
Correct.
your best and final without saying it.
Because we are, but we've told you why.
I get that, and we've told you why. I mean, there's a lot of incoming money to say, here's $15,000. No, give us an appropriate share of it. There's nothing inappropriate about it. So you can look at the assigned and unassigned money. That the biggest hit is the 20 million that we took out of it, right? That's the biggest hit. So we could look at the assigned category and find $2 million. Surely.
2 million recurring
Yes.
dollars. that
But
comes every
it was framed
year.
to us in the framing that you gave it to us in was the fund balance.
Mhm.
So we're giving it back to you in that framing. The fund balance is 7.7. Our proposal would put the fund balance at 7.1. If you want to talk about it a different way, we can do that. But that's the way you wanted to talk about it.
So, okay, so let's say we took $2 million and this was 7.1. First, you have to take all of the 298,000, right? So let's round that to 3. So now you got $1.8 million. Which one of those categories would we have to
Give me
reduce?
my options.
Yeah,
What are my options? I'm on page 2.
you're on page 2. You can't take it out of budget shortfalls because that's the amount of appropriations we have over revenues. You could take it out of district programs, but we'd have to look and see really what's in there. And so those are all of the different and sundry, I mean, there's 35, 40 different departments that kick into that. So you're going to empty departments of doing things for the schools if we took it out of there. If you took it out of school programs and services, for the most part, that's your AP, IB, ACE, all that kind of stuff. So I'm not going to stand in front of the principals and say, hey, we want you to donate X amount of, because you'd have to prorate it, obviously. Not all one school is going to, I wouldn't want to do that. And then extended day and out of camps. Are we not going to do camps anymore?
Then commit 2.4% instead of 3%.
Can't.
Why?
The law. Because if we go below 3%, you know the statute just as well
We're
as I
back to
do.
the same point. It's like the most circular argument ever. They committed it. The school board decided to commit it. They can decide to uncommit it, or they can decide to commit instead of 3%, 2.4%, knowing that the combination is going to equal 3%. That my point is valid.
But if you take X amount out
You
of
can't,
that
you
12
can't keep saying they
million,
can't. They can.
no, I didn't say that. I said if they do, if they take it out of the $12 million and put it in a sign and give it to the raise, put it in the
Yes.
formula, right?
Yes.
And then all of that assigned goes away, then what you have is committed that will become your financial condition ratio is now at 2.4%, and that's below 3%, and that's when the statute kicks
You're
in.
good at reading the tea leaves, right? So, I mean, this is what you do after 25 years. So let's say we take the $15,000 and say, okay, all the raise is all TSIA money, categorical. We take the offer that you gave us is $15,000.
Right.
Where do you expect the fund balance to be next year?
I don't have the budget in front of me, but it's in the budget book.
Okay.
It'd be 15 million or $15,000 less, obviously. Which is fine. I
Do you
mean,
think
if
it
we-
would be 7.7 again, or
Because-
would it grow?
It's going to go down. I
Yeah,
can almost
yeah.
guarantee you it's going
I
to
mean,
go down.
we
How?
we
Because
budgeted
we
tight.
put, almost $9 million of money we did not have in a recurring fashion into salaries, and we have to pay that again this year. I can guarantee you we're going to be in the red at the end of the year. I will stake my career on that.
Because then we also have to do the $15 an hour for support staff as well.
With non-categorical money, with your money,
Yes,
with local district money.
right.
Yeah. Listen, of the new money that came in, $2 million is not a big ask. 2.157 to be exact. Not a big ask.
So if you go back though, Justin, I mean, really and truly, I know you guys don't believe it, and that's, that's okay.
It's not a lot of money in the grand scheme of
So you go
it's a
back to this
$384 million budget.
Right, that we were going through with Jesse earlier. You go all the way through this analysis, and every single one of these, although there are some estimates in here, ends up with a $1.3 million deficit.
This is going to hurt, Mike. Don't take this personally. We see this every year.
Of course you do.
Every year
I don't
we
take it
fight
personally.
but we fight tooth and nail and we come up with a raise and the fund balance survives and everybody lives.
But
But
that's,
this time it didn't.
but that's before, I mean,
Well,
didn't
no,
this
we
time.
moved money and then instead of, it's really 12.5%, but now we're calling it 7.7%.
have you really looked at what the beginning teacher salary is going to look like 5 years from now?
No.
Well, you should.
Why?
Because every year you've got to add 75% of what you give a
That's
grandfather.
this year's law. These people are changing laws every year.
It's in
That's
statute.
this year's law.
It will not.
I
come out
understand
of-
it's in statute, but
As long
we
as
can't
it's-
assume
so
that it's forever.
I'll meet you halfway. As long as the TSIA is getting funded, that statute's going to be.
So that's our new world. Whatever they fund in additional TSA money is the raise that you're going to offer.
basically.
Yeah.
Unless we have a turnaround on the fund balance, absolutely.
Right. That
That's
our
my-
our
those are-
offer is reasonable.
Those are
And
those are my
we
tea
see the
leaves.
budget deficit thing every year and we fight, and we go back and forth and we survive. It's in materials and supplies typically, and it's in the 5,000 category, but typically 500
Right, 500. Right.
materials and supplies. But you also over budget salaries, which you should. But if you do it consistently every year, then there's money there.
Right. Okay.
We've seen it. There's some
Okay,
things that we
we're
just
gonna
disagree
have
on.
to- Yeah, we're just going to
Yeah.
have to disagree. All right, so we'll caucus. And
We'll
come
stay as
back.
long as you want.
Mhm.
If you need to go to the school board, just tell us. We have 2 weeks from today available. We have to do other things anyway. We have to meet,
Yes,
you
hopefully the
tell-
governor will provide us with some
Hopefully we'll have
information
some-
so that we can
right.
act.
but we
All
also
right.
have Appendix D and the loose
Correct.
ends.
All right, and you can look at leave, we'll look at,
Yeah,
okay, and we'll look at,
thank you.
are these extras?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Hey everybody, we're closing down for the night. Thank you all for showing up. Appreciate y'all being here.